Nation, I am Just Blaze 412 and my camera is off and there I am. It is Sunday Night Football, guys. Oh my goodness. Let me get my audio on here. Man, we got some people in chat tonight, let me tell you. It's time to do a roll call, man. We got Still Dictate in the building. He says, yes, sir, new emote. That is right. We did add some new emotes. I think that was last weekend, actually. Who else we got in here? We got Steelers Freak, who says, I thought he was sick and not calling the game. Had a change of heart. It's going to be an interesting night, man. Let's see who else we got in the building here. We got, I'm just going to say Pump. He says, told you I'd be here. Laugh out loud. Hey, man, what is going on? Who else we got in here, man? We got the Fiend. Of course, he says, what's up, Just Blaze? My boy GT Show. Look at this. Already donating $4.99. GT, the GOAT of donations. Shout out to my brother, man. We got Fisher in the building. He says, yo, Just Blaze, what's going on? You guys know the drill, man. Let me know if the audio sounds good, if everything's good to go. We got Outside Steelers fan in the building. Says, could see the passing game needing to open up the running game. That's for sure. We got RK in the building. He says, brother Just Blaze walked off his illness and suited up for tonight. Let's go. Yeah, it's gonna, I got tissue, man. I'm prepared for anything. See, if you guys see me disappear tonight, that's why. We got Game Review. He says, if the Steelers lose, I ask out my crush, so please win. That's hilarious. We got Ozzy in the building. He says, let's see. It's going to be interesting. I'm telling you now, if the Steelers lose tonight, it's going to be a rant among rants. But I'm a little confident. Prime time, baby, says Steel Twins. Steelers Freak says JB put some ice cubes in his bong. He is good. Bleezy's in the building. What's going on, Bleezy, man? How was your weekend? Oh, man. So I think kickoff is in about 10 minutes or so. Encoding overloaded. Consider I didn't get to read it. OBS is giving me some sort of warning here. You guys let me know if the stream, if everything looks good. Mad513 says, got my butt ointment ready. Dude, I'm telling you, man. It better not happen, man. That's all I'm going to say. GT Show says, my desk is gone. Gonna be fun. I'm assuming that's because you're getting ready to move down to the Sunshine State is what they call it. Game Review says the Steelers are 0-5 when I watch in my basement. Let's break this curse. Let's break it, man. Let's break it. Changed up the intro today a little bit. Try to switch it up a little bit because I know it was getting kind of repetitive. So, does anybody know if the Browns won? I know the Ravens and Bengals won today. But did the Browns win? Let's see. Did the Browns win? They did not. They did lose to Arizona, and that's why I think Outsider Steelers fan says, what about them Cards? So the Browns lost, man. That's good news for us in regards to like the standing. So Mad513 says we're streaming from the Steel compound tonight. That is absolutely correct. We are getting some minor challenges here in the compound tonight. Just a little bit. Cody Johnson says Cooper Bones lost. Mad513 says Browns got toasted. And then Ozzy says no, sir. Bengals and Ravens won. It's unfortunate, but we'll see, man. We'll see how this season continues to develop. My boy Leedy in the building, he says, I'm going to have an absolute field day with the Browns tomorrow in my video clowning them. I mean, they did lose to the Cardinals. You can't really beat them up that much. Cardinals seem to be the best team in the league right now. Man, we got everybody in the chat tonight. GT's here. He says, love me some Sunday Night Football. I might be the only person in this entire chat, or maybe on YouTube, that does not like Sunday Night Football. I am not a night person, man. I like my 1 o'clock p.m. games. Oh, look at Drew Brees on the TV right now. Wow. When did he move into sports commentary? Lady says, oh, and how about the Pats choking to the Cowboys? That is bad. All right, they're sending us down to the field. And we're getting that much closer to Seahawks and Steelers Sunday Night Football. As always, I am JB412, aka Just Blaze 412. And I'll be doing some commentary tonight, some play-by-play action, and of course reactions as well. If you're new to the channel, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe, all that good stuff. More importantly, get your ass in this chat, man. If you're just sitting here watching, get your ass in the chat. Now, I will say one thing. I'm pretty sure I kind of screwed up here with the YouTube settings, man. I didn't set it to low latency, so I might be severely behind you guys today. So unfortunately, that's just going to have to be the situation. Not to mention, Steel Twins will tell you this if they're still in the chat, man. I done moved everything around in here. So I don't have my 2 monitors set up. So I'm going to be kind of flip-flopping back and forth between screens. That's going to be a pain in the ass. Steelers Freak says JB needs the early bird special. Yeah, man, I need that early bird. I need me some early bird, man. Yeah, Steel Dictate says the Browns are hurt right now. Hunt and Chubb on IR. That's a huge blow to that team. And I think it's showing. Bleezy says that Ben needs no turnovers tonight. That's 100% accurate. 0 turnovers, man. That is the key. But I said it in the Steel Twins stream last night, man. Anything less than a blowout tonight is going to be underwhelming for me. Period. That's just where I'm at, man. You want to convince me this team's championship caliber? Fine. Prove it tonight, man. Hey, Jack, what's going on? He says, I kind of agree with you, JB412. Steel Twins with early predictions. Trey Norwood gets his first pick tonight and takes it for 6. I saw you guys tweeted that. That would be great, man. I'm kind of big on Norwood, man. Yeah, Dictate, we got some Carrie Underwood. Let's go. We got our boy Adam in the building. He says, I like the Steel Twins. That's good to hear. Those are like literally my brothers. You know, I should rephrase what I said earlier and even last night. It's not that I don't like Sunday night football. I just don't like being up late. Take all these elements and put it at 1 o'clock, and we got ourselves a good time. Ozzy got some predictions, 34-13. Let's go. That is a score I'd like to see. There it is, man. Heinz Field. And there comes the Steelers on the field now. Mason Rudolph and company. There's Ben. Looks like DK Metcalf is suited up tonight for the Seahawks. What do you guys think, man? Do you guys think Geno Smith is going to give the Steelers any kind of issues? Let's get some predictions going tonight, man. You guys give me your final scores here in the chat. Bleezy says the music video is hype. Yes, sir. Steel Dictate says, old timer, of course you hate late nights. That's hilarious. Yeah, I'm getting old, bro. Steel Twin says, Heinz is loud. Hope the team can keep it that way. I mean, last week it was an absolute madhouse. So, I mean, I don't expect it to be anything less than what it was last week. GT Show says, go check out the 76 Show. It's a great basketball podcast ran by two goats. I agree with that, with the $4.99. In fact, we're going to be picking back up on that sometime next month, I guess. We are roughly 3 minutes away from kickoff. Steel Dictate says, fuck Chris Collinsworth. I agree with that statement. I don't think you're going to find too many people in chat that disagree with that one. Outside Steelers fans says 31-14. Hey, what's going on, Dom? He says, so nervous. I mean, we should be. This is one of those games where if the Steelers lose, you start to think like, is this it? Makes us look very, very weak, man. This is definitely one we better not lose. That's all I'm going to say. Bleezy says, I'm nervous for our corners. Ooh, Ozzy has a nice one. Mullet with 2 picks. Let's go. Doesn't this kind of does feel like the game where we need some turnovers? For sure. Steel Cannon says, what's up, Blaze? What is going on, bro? Steelers freak, man. You're nuts. Steel Dictate says, expect a slow start, unfortunately, for this defense. We'll see. I mean, it doesn't get any bigger than this, man. Sunday night football, you're at home. You're playing the Seahawks, which we have some history with them, obviously, with Super Bowl XL. And of course, you know, both these teams are way different rosters than what they were back then. But the point is, Sunday night football at home. You have some momentum from last week, which is what I was talking about last night on the Twins podcast. You know, you gotta come into this one and make a statement. Anything less than a blowout is disappointing. I mean, again, a win is a win. I agree with that. But we got some really strong competition coming up here after the bye week. .007, what's going on? He says, here we go, Steelers, here we go. Man, I'd like to figure out how to make an animation to where like I have some terrible towels going on here. I'm gonna try to figure that out. I didn't get to do the touchdown animation yet. It's proven to be a little harder than I anticipated. Ozzy says Najee Harris, 3 touchdowns. He runs for 225 yards. Man, that would be massive. Steel Twins says Geno Smith, 275 yards passing, 1 touchdown and 2 interceptions. You're being very generous with that 1 touchdown. But I see what you're doing there. Trying to play it safe. I get it. Tom says go live with the Steel Twins. I wish, man. You know, you guys could have probably gotten that back in the day. The original plan was me and Twins were going to start our own website called Steel Yinzers, man. But you'll definitely get more future streams from the 3 of us in the future. Of course, look at that. Steel Cannon says Banner is inactive. I think they're going to take their time bringing him back into the lineup. Adam says no terrible towel on the shoulder. Gilden in retirement. No, see what's happening is if I put the towel on my arm, the way this green screen works, it really messes up everything. In fact, give me a second. I'll try to get one for you guys. I got a million of them around here. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can grab. Let me show you guys what's going on here. If I can turn my camera back on, there we go. Let's see how this one looks. Yeah, see how it's all see-through? I don't know why it does that. I think it's a lighting issue. It's something I'm going to have to fix. Look at this. This is why I haven't been having the terrible towels, man. It just... I don't know. That's a cool terrible towel, by the way. American flag on there. I have terrible towels for days, all over the place, including my walls. Cannon says, we all know Geno will do good. I sure hope not. We are so close to kickoff, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get some terrible towels going in the chat. For those who are JBN members, if you're not, please consider doing so. Everybody that's a JBN member, let's get terrible towels going in the chat. Here we go. Steelers are going to be coming out on offense. Ray McLeod back to return. Whew. Take a deep breath. Here we go. And he will return this. And he's breaking free. Could he go? Almost to the 40-yard line to start this game off. Let's go. Wow. That is how you start a game there on special teams. There we go. Still dictate with the terrible towels, man. Hey, Abel, what is going on? He says, what's up, Just Blaze and Steeler Nation? First play here is going to be a handoff to Najee Harris, and it looks like it's probably going to get maybe a yard. Yeah, Jamal Adams disrupted that pretty badly for that Steelers offense. 2nd and 9 coming up here. Ben, another handoff to Najee Harris. So apparently they're going to try to get the run going, but that goes for maybe 3 yards. And that's going to bring up 3rd and 5 now for the Steelers. So already 3rd down. Here's Matt Canada up in the booth, handling everything on the offense. Ben, empty set here. And I think we're going to get a false start. So we're off to a great start here against the Seahawks. So make that 3rd and 10 now. Yep, Still Twin said it best. Thanks, Turner. This guy's been absolute trash since we signed him. Jesus Christ, this guy. Steelers Freak says more flags. Here we go. 3rd and 9. Correction, not 3rd and 10. 3rd and 9. Ben drops back. Dumps it off to Najee Harris. Harris takes his time instead of trying to get up the field, and it's going to bring up 4th down. And just like that, 3 and out for the Steelers offense. I feel like if Harris didn't hesitate so much and just started moving forward, he probably would have got the 1st down. But after he made the catch, he just looked like he was trying to avoid Wagner. Did he fumble that? It almost looked like he fumbled there at the end. Bleezy says offense question mark. Yeah, that's what I'd like to know. Where's the offense? And the Seahawks are going to be starting at the 10-yard line here after a pretty decent punt. So that was a very flat offensive start for the Steelers. I really can't say I'm surprised. I wish I was. Bell says 3 and out, not good so far. No, not at all. Ozzy says first round play was designed to run behind the left guard, not the left offensive tackle. There's TJ Watt hyping the crowd up. As the Steelers defense comes out, we're going to get our first taste of the Steelers defense on Sunday Night Football. And they're going to do a handoff here, and it's not going to go anywhere. In fact, the Seahawks are going to lose some yardage here. Steelers Freak says, always throwing underneath, never past the chains. Isn't it annoying? It's pretty annoying that this offense, from a passing standpoint, has been so stale outside of a few drives this season. And they're going to hand it off again, and that one's going to go for some positive yardage, as the Seahawks are now faced with 3rd down themselves. Steel Dictate says penalty killed that drive. Add that to the list of flags creating the dagger on drives this season. 100%, man. Turner. I mean, what? We were third. It was 3rd and 5. And Turner made that a lot more. So you're not wrong there at all. Crowd seems to be upset about something. The referees were blowing the whistle, so we'll see what happens here. Right now, Hayden and Mike Tomlin talking on the sideline. Oh, that's what it was. Abel says we had a fan on the field. I must have missed that part. Oh, my goodness. What an idiot. Okay, what's going on here? My feed froze. You've got to be kidding me. Oh my God, man. Deronzo says we have a runner. We have a streaker, man. And Seattle's going to burn a timeout as I was in the dark here for the last minute or so. I don't know what happened. It's like my computer locked up. But it is 3rd and 4 now. Steel Dictate says streak. Why is this? Okay, come on. I can already tell I don't like this new setup that I got going here. Abel says, let's get loud all over the world, guys. Get those terrible towels going. Dictate showing off the new defense emotes in the chat. We got 35 beautiful people in the compound tonight. And here we go. 3rd and 4 for the Seahawks. Geno drops back. He's going to get hit, and that is going to be 4th down as the Steelers blow that one completely up. And that was Norwood with the great tackle. So 3 and out for Seattle. Great defensive stand, man. Tyler says, yo, JB412 coming by after my Cowboys win to shout out the Steelers and hope they get the dub. Shout out to Tyler, man. Steel Twin says, let's go 21. Hey, man, you guys predicted that Norwood would have a big night, so we're on the right path right now. Swiss Army knife, says Steel Dictate. And McLeod on the return there. Gets a few yards. And we're going to head to a commercial break. Bleezy says, good shit, Norwood. Yeah, man. So how are you guys feeling right now? I mean, offense looked super flat to start this one. But on the flip side of that, defense came out and did their job. So I would say, as of right now, all is good. For now. Steel Dictate says I ruined it and spelled it wrong. Abel says we still got a long way to go, so it's all good. I agree. 100%, man. Had to adjust the camera. There we go. Now we're good to go. Dictate says, well, I was wrong. Defense started fast and offense started slow. Prefer it to be this way, though. Yeah, you always want the defense to be the hottest part of your team. I mean, yeah, you want offense to do their job, get down, score touchdowns and all that good stuff, put some points on the board. But you want your defense to step up pretty much throughout the game. Steelers Freak says, isn't the Seattle the worst defense in the NFL? I think their run defense is pretty bad. Which is why I think the Steelers came out and ran the ball twice in a row. So Here we go. Ben and company. Ben drops back, throws it to James Washington for a gain of 9. So it's going to be second and short, and the Steelers can really get creative here now. I'm going to be muting a lot tonight, just to warn you guys, man. I do have a minor cough. Second and 1, Ben under center right now. And it's going to be a quick throw out to Deontay Johnson, who does a little too much dancing, but I do think he gets the first down. And indeed, it will be. The Hawk in the building, he says, let's go. What's going on, bro? Outside Steelers fan says, mix it up with some passing plays. I would love to see a run here. First down. Ben, play action, looking. He's going to go deep. And he's got a wide open man, Deontay Johnson. But, of course, Ben doesn't have enough arm strength there. And throws it behind Deontay Johnson. And this has been a criticism of Ben all season, even going back to last year. Wide open Deontay Johnson, but the ball was just well behind his receiver. Chris Conworth, if you're worried about his arm, don't be, as he underthrows a receiver. I mean, yeah, he can throw down the field, but Ben being pressured, and I guess he just throws it in the dirt, so third down now. Bell says Ben almost got Deontay. Almost doesn't count. And for the second week in a row, we're getting camera shots of his ass. Steelers Freak says it, man. Ben underthrew it. 3rd and 10. Ben drops back on 3rd and 10, avoids his sack, throws it out to Pat Freiermuth, but 4th down once again at midfield. Steel Twin says, slightly underthrown. Johnson had 6, man. Yep. Whether it was slightly or not, it was underthrown, period. And it's really becoming, like, frustrating, man, if I'm being honest. We're leaving a lot of touchdowns out there, man. Yeah, Bell, it's confirmed. The NFL does enjoy Ben's ass. Me personally, I'm not really into looking at men's asses, so to each its own, I guess. I don't know, Matt. It's something they just seem to be interested. Well, we know what it is. It's because of the hip injury, but doesn't change the fact that we keep zooming in on his ass. Lorenzo says Snell broke his arm. Oh, man. So Snell broke his arm, huh? Bleezy says men's asses. Yeah, man, I'm serious. It's just like, what are we doing here? You could talk about his hip without zooming in on his butthole. You know what I mean? Bell says, trust me, Just Blaze, I'm not either. OZ says Steelers should win this game regardless. Plus, you guys got TJ and Derek Watt. I mean, if you're a Steelers fan, you'll know that the games that we're supposed to win don't always pan out that way. And that's probably why coming into this game, I'm kind of just like prepared for the worst mentally. Although that's not going to stop me from going on a giant rant come the third or fourth quarter if this team is underperforming. Right now, it's kind of iffy. You know, we've had a few plays here and there, but when you have been underthrowing receivers already, could be a long night. The Fiend says the Seahawks fans bitched at me, said the refs paid us in the Super Bowl. They've been saying that since we won Super Bowl XL, so literally the night of. Of course, back then, I don't believe Twitter existed, so a lot of that was on message boards and places like that. Lee, what's going on? He says Snell snapped his wrist. Well, let's be clear. Nobody's losing sleep over Benny Snell. Prayers to him. Hope he can bounce back, but 1st and 10 for the Seahawks. And we're going to start this off with a flag. And it's going to be a false start on the Seahawks. So make that 1st and 15 now. OZ says, were they on MySpace crying about it? I do believe so, actually. But back then, when Super Bowl XL was fresh, man, it was mostly message boards, like SteelersFever.com, which I was a part of. I'm pretty sure there was a few other ones. So here we go. 1st and 15. Geno hands it off. And that is going to get back a big chunk of yards there for the Seahawks. 7-yard gain there on the run. CJ, what's going on? He says, pick 6 loading. That would be nice. Especially if it's Norwood, because then the Twins would be right. So here we go. 2nd and 8. Geno drops back. What was that? Looks like TJ Watt must have got a hand on that one. Steelers Freak says Minka making tackles is not the answer. So Watt here is going to disrupt Geno, gets a hand on it. So here we go. 3rd and 8. Heinz Field is absolutely loud as hell, man. 3 seconds on the play clock here. And Geno's going to dump it off. And a missed tackle is going to allow a 1st down and a lot more. You have got to be kidding me. I swear to God, this team at some times cannot tackle if they had glue attached to their whole fucking body. Jesus Christ. You have got to be kidding, man. You've got to be kidding me. That was Edmonds who missed the tackle, too. And Minka and Hayden. You have 3 guys, 3 of our best defensive players, missing tackles. 1st and 10. Geno is going to run all over the place, throw it downfield, and get a 1st down. And here we go. Bell says horrible tackling, man. I can't talk tonight. Matt513 says fucking Edmonds. I blame the Steel Twins for this, man, because they've been giving too much credit to Edmonds lately. on first down for the Seahawks, they're going to run for another 6 yards. So all of a sudden, the Steelers defense seemed to be on roller skates. Yeah, Lee says that was on Minka and Edmonds. And then OZ says, don't blame that weak sauce on Jesus. It's more of a saying, but I get it. 2nd and 4 for the Seahawks. $37-yard line, and that one's going to be blown up in the backfield thanks to Alex Highsmith, who has no idea how to celebrate that tackle. Bleezy says, of course it's Terrell. Who else would it be? Who else would miss tackles on 3rd down? You have an opportunity to get the ball back in the offense's hand, and they allow a massive first down. And now the Seahawks are in field goal range. Brandon says, this team really sucks, bro. Well, we're just going to have to deal with it, I guess. And Norwood breaks up a pass from Geno Smith here, and that's going to bring up 4th and 5 now. I thought for a second Norwood was going to pick that off. Norwood's been impressive, especially in this game, which Abel just mentioned right there. Yeah, man, he's looking solid, man. Not to mention the name's pretty badass, if I got to be honest. CJ says we need Watt to earn his money. I mean, he's been doing really good so far this season. Now, admittedly, the last 2 weeks he's been kind of, well, specifically last week he's been kind of meh, but delay of game on the Seahawks, so that's going to be another 5-yard penalty, pushing them back even further. Bleezy says Norwood, another good play, man. So here comes the punt. Oh, wow. And the Steelers are going to have pretty bad. Oh, never mind. The Seahawks made a massive mistake, and now we're going to get a touchback. So that was looking very, and of course, the referees are trying to figure out what the hell is going on here. Bell says, let's go offense with the gross gang emotes. Yep, and that's going to be a touchback. Wow. Local bands, what's going on? He says offense needs to wake up and go. Should be 7-0. Yeah, that Ben underthrown pass was pretty rough. Getting some Nicki Minaj action going on this commercial break here. Bleezy says, thank God for that. Yeah, because that was looking rough. That was probably within the 5-yard line. Like, the Fiend says, come on, offense, let's get a touchdown. OZ has a late prediction. He says 33-17. is his score prediction for this game. Outside Steelers fan says we need to run screens because Seattle sucks against it. Well, you would think the Steelers throughout this week would have been doing game film and were preparing for that. So we'll have to see how this game continues on in regards to offense. But I'm not going to hold my breath. That's for damn sure. That is for damn sure, man. Steelers Freak says my bowel movement after Thanksgiving is less painful than watching this offense. My God. I'll tell you what, though, man. Since you brought up Thanksgiving, I'm looking forward to Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving's one of my favorite holidays. All right, here we go. 1st and 10 for the Steelers offense. Ben pump fakes, rolls out to the right. It's going to dump it off to Freiermuth, who stumbles to what looks like a 7-yard gain here. What is with Chris Collinsworth giving us so many shout outs and like props and stuff? It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird, man. Outside Steelers fan says also Najee can play receiver, which they were just mentioning. That pass is going to go out to Chase Claypool, who's going to get a first down and a lot more. But we have a flag on the play. Of course we do. Pass interference on Deontay Johnson. What? I don't know about that, but CJ says Steelers just need some momentum. 2nd and 11 now after the flag. And Ben's going to hand it off to Najee Harris, who runs into an absolute brick wall. So here comes 3rd down. Bell says he feels bad because he owns PFF. I don't know, Matt. There's like no push whatsoever by this line tonight. You know, forget 2nd level blocking at this point. We can't even get past the 1st level. Ben drops back. He's going to throw it out to Deontay Johnson, who I think will get forward progress here. Outside Steelers fan says way too predictable. Very good route there by Deontay Johnson. Good blocking by Najee Harris as well. So 1st down for the Steelers offense at the 30-yard line. Ben hands it off to Najee Harris, who runs into one of his own offensive linemen, and it's going to probably lose a yard here. UT Local Band says Steelers need to stop playing down to competition and freaking play. That was more, by the way, that Najee Harris ran into. 2nd and 12. Ben drops back, throws it out to Deontay Johnson, who's going to get some very good yardage here. And I think the Steelers are going to have probably 3rd and 4 here. On the right side of the field there. If I had any criticism of Johnson is I feel like sometimes after he receives the ball, I think he does a little too much dancing. But of course, sometimes that works out. Actually, it's going to be 3rd and 6. I was way off. So this is a big 3rd down here for the Steelers offense. It looks like Wagner's going to be blitzing here. And they are. So Ben's going to go deep once again, and he overthrows Deontay Johnson by a mile. So that was a wasted play. Hosey said, did you say sucking in 12? I probably did. I'm a zombie at this point. The Hawk says, my God, there is the run blocking we are used to seeing. Last week was a fluke. Hey, man, you didn't hear it from me, though. What you will hear from me, though, is it is still early in the game. The the first quarter is winding down. 35 seconds left here. And even though we won last week in the fashion that we did, this team is a second half team in regards to offense. So, I mean, Steelers Freak says 50-50 BS ball. Man, I don't even know if it was 50-50. That was pretty bad. Like, I'd like to question what Ben was thinking on that pass. Because first of all, Deontay Johnson wasn't even open. He must think he still has Antonio Brown and those guys back there. I don't know. The Hawk says you still have too much hope, JB. That says a lot. If you think I still have too much hope, that says a lot. I think some people say I've given up. Or somebody last night in the Steel Twins chat said that we were being too negative because we weren't praising the Steelers. Oh my God, the Steelers are back. They're all and mighty. And so far, I mean, 1 quarter in, same old shit. Local Bands says Seahawks making sure Harris doesn't get any good yardage. Oh, God, here we go. Dr. Derpy says, well, I mean, the line stinks. Not Ben's fault. Yes, the line stinks. We're aware of that, but it doesn't excuse Ben overthrowing receivers. So I agree with you partially there. The line does stink. They're fucking dumpster juice. But I'm not going to sit here and pretend like old-ass Ben Roethlisberger is the Big Ben that we remember. He's just not. And, you know, the question is, can Ben still win in this league? Yes. But it's going to require a lot of good support around him, and he doesn't have it. If I was wrong, the Steelers would not be where they are right now. They would not be sitting at the bottom of the AFC North. But, you know, what do I know? The 3-time Super Bowl champ Skins says, stop complaining, Steelers fans. You have the Roonies as your owner. Oh, boy, if you only knew about the Roonies. Things have changed in the last few years. That's all I'll say about that, respectfully. And we got a flag here on the Seahawks screenplay, which didn't go anywhere. And it sounds like it's going to be against the Seahawks. Steel Twin says, Seattle defense forcing us to throw it, stacking the box and putting the game in Ben's hands. Yeah. Clock's still ticking here. 22 seconds and counting. 2nd and 13 for the Seahawks. As we're probably going to get one last play here in the first quarter. Maybe not, actually. Three, two, one, and that is going to be the first quarter as both teams begin to walk to the other side of the field. So after one quarter of Steelers football at Heinz Field, on the biggest stage outside of Monday Night Football, you got Sunday Night Football, and the Steelers are, surprise, surprise, absolute garbage thus far. Defense has been a little bit more impressive, obviously, but they're playing Geno Smith. So there's that. There's that. Steelers Freak says they could easily be 0-5 right now. Yeah. Steelers 6-3 says game is fucking boring. Well, it's the Seahawks. If this was like Steelers Browns Sunday Night Football, maybe a little bit more entertaining, but the Hawk says, I'm sure Ben has thrown back shoulders before. That overthrow was just a wasted play on him. It feels that way. Definitely feels that way. The Hawk says, one thing I think we all can agree on is we absolutely miss Tyson. I miss Tuitt, man. I'm ready for Tuitt to come back. I'd love it, man. Outside Steelers fan says offensive line needs to grow the F up. Score's going to end up being 9-6. We'll see. I don't think you're too far off if I'm being honest with you. Steel Dictate says overreacting fans are coming out the woodworks. You can count me into the overreacting fans category. Oh, man, they're showing this Russell Wilson injury. That looks rough. Yeah, Dictate's actually right. He can't run the ball with 8 men in the box. When they stack the box like that, you kind of are forced to pass the ball. The problem is the Steelers can't do that either. So my negativity in regards to the team that I've been cheering for since I was roughly 6 years old continues. I don't put bows on shit, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what to tell you. And that is going to be 1 yard short of a first down. So 3rd and very short. I like what I just said there. I don't put bows on shit. It's really cool. Oh, it's going to be a long night. Dan Bush almost actually gave him a face mask there. Drove his ass into the turf, though. 3rd and 1. Steelers are showing blitz here. Oh, and I thought for a second Watt actually picked that, but he batted it down. So 4th and 1. Great job by TJ Watt. Oh, boy. That's what you need to do right there, man. That's how you make big plays when it matters. 3rd and 1. I'm surprised they didn't run the ball there, which I think the Steelers were actually, I think that's what they were planning for there. Why should you try to catch that, man? And that's a horrible kick, and the Steelers are going to start off with great field position. The question is now, you're going to come out with great field position. Can they do anything on offense? If you can't score a touchdown or even, God forbid, a field goal, my goodness. CJ says we need the defense to create some momentum. Steelers defense needs to create a turnover if they expect to win, says Steelers 63. And first down for Steelers. Ben's handing it off to Najee Harris, who barely gets a yard. So, I mean, here we are in the second quarter. Coming into this game, the Seahawks have one of the worst run defenses in the league, and the Steelers can't run the ball to save their lives. I mean, if you're defending this offensive line week in and week out, I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. I tried meeting everybody at the fence and saying that the offensive line is improving. But 1 quarter in, I'm just not really sold yet. And that's a toss play to Najee Harris. He gets a few yards here. And 3rd down for the Steelers. Yeah, Lee, I've noticed that Bud hasn't done so good down there in Tennessee, man. I think really he's missing TJ Watt on the opposite end. That or it's just a different scheme that doesn't really work for him. I don't know what the case is there, but gotta admit, man, I do miss Bud Dupree. At least, I don't know what the issue is with him this season, but Brandon says our running game is on fire. And Ben pump fakes like 100 times before getting it to, I believe, Ebron, who does make the catch, believe it or not. I'm starting to wonder if he has that magnet technology. I don't know if you guys heard about those gloves that have like magnets in them or something like that. Or he's just using the old school glue. And Harris tries to juke back and loses his footing here. Welcome to Heinz Field, bro. OZ says, hey, they just need a half to warm up. Yeah, that's what it's been for 2 years now. We spend 1 half warming up, and then we start playing some Steelers football in the second half. 2nd and 9. Steelers at the 37. They're going to hand it off to Deontay Johnson, who makes a big play, running down the field, avoids a tackle before running out of bounds. And just like that, the Steelers are now in the red zone. So it didn't come from Ben's arm. It came from a handoff to Deontay Johnson. And that definitely felt like a Canada play right there, let me tell you. No question there. That is a Canada play call. Steelers at the 18-yard line. Ben drops back, throws it to Freiermuth, who's going to get a first down, and he's fighting his way down to the 5-yard line. And Freiermuth is fired up after the crowd goes nuts screaming Muth, which if you guys remember, they did that with Miller as well. Man, I'll tell you what, I'm liking that Freiermuth is getting some looks in this game already. That is a big difference. Got Gentry in there at tight end right now. Ben takes back. And it gets popped up and it's going to be incomplete. Almost picked off. Ben tried to drill one into the end zone there. Let's see what happened. It happened so fast. Ben tried to laser one in there, but it got tipped up in the air. Looked like he was targeting Chase Claypool on that one. And a bell says Muth. Ben under center. No, he's going to burn a timeout here. He doesn't like what he sees from a defensive standpoint. So, 2nd and goal for the Steelers when we come back from the timeout. And you can make the argument that this has been a solid drive so far for the Steelers offense, but you got to remember where they started. And Steelers 63, yeah, he definitely makes a great point. Claypool prevented that pick because that was looking like it was going to be an interception. In fact, I think it was either last week or a week before, there was a similar situation where I think it was Deontay Johnson didn't do much to break up a potential interception. So that's what you got to do on the offense when you got to play like that happening. You got to try to break up the interception if you can. And Matt says smart move by Claypool. But here we go, 2nd and goal. Ben's going to toss it out to Najee Harris, who gets a touchdown. And just like that, the Steelers are officially on the board. 6-0. 10 minutes to go here in the second quarter. So there it is. Offense gets us our first touchdown. Very simple play here by Harris. Does a good job breaking away and separating from the defender and then diving into the end zone. What the fuck is this shit, man? Somebody, moderator, get this. We got some, what the hell, man? The Hawk says, JB, you getting spams, bro. Yeah, man. Shout out to the spammers. The Hawk says touchdown. A bell says Steelers Najee 4-6. You know, it just dawned on me. I should probably check to see if the scoreboard is working. Well, it hasn't updated yet, but it is officially a 6-0 game or 7-0 game. Steel Twin says touchdown Najee. If you can just ban that account, get him out of here. I'm guessing because it's Sunday Night Football, we're gonna get a lot of spammers coming in. Dictate says, let's go. And Nyron says, finally a touchdown. Finally. It's been 84 years. Good stuff, man. It was a pretty solid drive there. Now, granted, they did get good field position to start that drive, but I'll give them credit. Steel Dictate says Ebron had the play of the drive when it comes to crucial downs. I'd also give some credit to Freiermuth, too, for making some pretty damn big plays. So props to both tight ends on that drive. But I want to go back to it, man. I really am happy to see Freiermuth finally getting used in this offense. Viewer says it doesn't give me the option to ban. That's odd. That is odd. I might be able to handle that. If they pop back in, I'll see if I can ban them. Bell says I put that spammer on timeout. Put him in his high chair. G1, what is going on? He says, let's effing go. Woo! I wish I had that sound effect. Where's the Twins when you need them, man? So here we go. We're going to see some more from the Steelers defense here in the second quarter. And the Seahawks are going to take this one out, and he's going to run it to his own player. He came out on fire. Steel Twin says he's blocked. He's gone now. I appreciate it, bro. Hey, the Pokemon, what's going on? He says keep DK contained. I wasn't sure if we were gonna have to prepare for him or not. The Hawk says we need more cow muf, man. We need more muf. Period. I agree with that 100%, man, because you got to remember Ben and Miller, the connection they had for so long, it's been missing, and that opportunity is here, and Geno's going to drill that one to DK Metcalf, and now we're going to see if that was a catch or not. The referees are going to say, no, it was not a catch. Let's see. Oh, that was definitely a catch by Metcalf. Well, that didn't take long. That was a catch. And of course, Steelers fans booing a catch. We got to humble ourselves sometimes. That was 100% a catch. I can understand if there was some, bad camera angles or something like that, but that was clearly a catch. The Hawk says that's a catch. Yeah, man. So 1st and 10 for the Seahawks here as they are approaching midfield. Geno under center. Look at that fullback action. It's going to be a play action here by Geno, and I think Hayward's going to get a sack with Highsmith around in the air. And there's Hayward doing some push-ups. Steel Twins with the sack. Oh my goodness. I do apologize again, by the way. I didn't set the live stream to be on low latency, so that it's not too big of a difference here between what you guys are watching at home and the commentary here on the channel. But yeah, there it is, man. Beautiful sack by Cameron Hayward. 2nd and 18 for the Seahawks, and that one's going to go zipping away or zipping past his receiver. So 3rd and 18 now. Bell says it's 3rd down. Geno Smith drops back. Highsmith putting some pressure on the quarterback there, and that is going to be 4th down. So the Steelers offense is going to come back out on the field here after the punt. And that's what you want to see from your defense right there, man. By the way, this will be a good time to remind you guys, next week we are on a bye week, but that doesn't stop the content on the channel, as I will be going live next Sunday. Even though the Steelers are not playing, we're going to do a live stream talking about the state of the team at the bye. And I hope to see you guys there for that as well. 8 minutes to go here as we're going to a commercial break. Dom says, I'll feel good if we score here. I agree. Bell says, let's get another touchdown. How about it, offense? Well, now we'll really see what the offense is made of, man. That last touchdown drive, they had great field position. It was almost like if they didn't score on that drive, they weren't going to score in this game at all. You got great field position. You got to score something. And luckily for us, man, they really changed up some of the play calls there. The Hawk says, I'm indifferent at this point. Bleezy wants 14-0. 14-0, man. Wouldn't that be nice? How about I top it and say, let's go 21-0 in at halftime. Let me put that out in the universe, man. 21-0 at half. Now we just need the Steelers to make it happen. The Hawk says 3-3. You're not good. You're not bad. You're just meh. Yeah. That is true. The Pokemon says we win this game. We're back in the North race. I wouldn't jump on that train. I think if we beat the Ravens, we beat the Bengals. Well, of course, we got to beat the Browns too after the bye, but I don't think we're there just yet, even if we get a win tonight. Because as I said yesterday on the Twins channel, a win here is just expected at this point with the way the Seahawks roster is. Outside Steelers fan says, keep the playbook open. All right, here we go. Offense. Now I'm starting to get into it a little bit more. This is a big drive for me. And they're going to dump it out to Deontay Johnson, who gets about 6 yards here. Bleezy says, do you think Tuitt will be back for the Browns? Do I think so? Probably not. But you never know because of the bye week. And as far as Banner, I mean, I could see Banner coming back more than Tuitt, but we'll have to wait and see. Do I want Tuitt back? Yes. And Deontay Johnson's going to catch another pass from Ben for a first down here. And Dictate does agree. He thinks Tuitt and Banner will be back. I'm just not 100% sold on Tuitt yet, but we get Tuitt back, man. Whew. And he plays as well as he did last season. We're going to be in good hands defensively. You know, if there's one solid thing I could say, too, is the Steelers this season got their injuries out of the way early. Ben under center, drops back, play action, looking downfield, nobody, dumps it off to Harris, who's going to get another first down as the Steelers approach the 40-yard line. Nobody was there to cover Najee Harris. Geno Smith on the sideline. Very good job there by Ben and Najee Harris. First down and 10. Midfield. Getting closer here. And that's going to be a handoff to Najee Harris for what looks like maybe a yard or two. So far, not much from the running game. We got some terrible towel action going on in the chat right now. 007 says Najee. Bill, and another Pittsburgh Steelers. You know the rest. Yeah, the play action stunned the Seahawks. You'd still think a linebacker would have picked up Najee Harris, but he just got lost out there, man. 2nd and 8. Ben drops back. Seahawks blitzing, and that's going to be caught by Freiermuth. Oh, man, that is what I've been calling for all season. Freiermuth finally getting involved in this offense, man. You got to love it. That is going to be a difference maker. He's not that fast. He's not that athletic. Shut the fuck up, Collinsworth. God, man, I almost want to mute this. They need to make options. Like, we're so far in the future, you should be able to just mute this guy. Ben, under center, tosses it out to Balaj, I believe. And he's going to get a nice bit of yardage here, but there is a flag on the field. Steelers 6-3 says, keep throwing the Muth, man. Oh, defense with a personal foul. Face mask. So the Steelers going to get a nice little break here. 1st and 10. The Hawk says, we need more Muth, man. We need a lot more Muth, man. Holy shit, this is actually going to be one of those weeks where I can't say the Steelers didn't get Freiermuth involved. Yeah, Dotson got his helmet thrown off. Ben under center again. This has got to be a record. Play action. And he's going to toss it out to Harris, who breaks the tackle. And is going to get a few more yards. Yeah, Bell says Najee with the spin move, man. Looking nasty out there, huh? And this right here, this is one of those things that if you want to separate what James Conner did last season and in prior years before that, that's it right there. Those kind of plays right there. And not just James Conner, not to single him out, but pretty much any other running back outside of Le'Veon Bell. This is what we needed from a running back position. And Ben's going to hand it off again to Najee. And I think he may have just lost some yardage there. 3rd down coming up for the Steelers. Mad513 says, laugh out loud banner over there smacking Najee. Pokemon says, Najee is so badass. Dictating Mullet's laugh. Balaj on the field. How you guys feeling about Balaj this season so far? I mean, again, he had very limited role. Or a very limited role so far in the season, but we got a flag. Ben's going to get a free play, I believe. And that's almost caught by Deontay Johnson in the back of the end zone. Just drops it. Can never pass up a free play, man. And that's going to be offsides on the defense. Bleezy says excited sideline. Yeah, we need to get that going. Get us excited as fans. Oh, I want to see this right here, man. Johnson almost had a one-handed catch. That would have been nasty. So 1st and 10 for the Steelers at the 20-yard line. Ben drops back, hands it off to Najee Harris, who fights his way for about 5 yards. And they're going to say 4, but it looked like 5 to me. Either way, solid run. Steel Twin says Ben's hard count and pump fakes are 2 things that will last forever. I agree 100%. I've said it so many times, man. Ben has probably one of the best pump fakes I've ever seen. Did you see that play earlier? I think it was in the first quarter. Ben pump faked 5 times before actually no, that was that Ebron play. 2nd and 6. Ben tosses it. Man, 3 tosses so far. And Harris got popped. And that's going to bring 3rd down. The Hawk says he almost had it. AB would have had it. Just saying. I mean, you're not wrong, but it is Antonio Brown. Yeah, Adams laid him out. The Hawk says Harris just got rocked. Yeah, man, it's actually kind of scary for a second there, but Harris brushed his shoulders off and got right back up. Bleezy's Najee's damn, I lift weights. Steelers Freak says, turned him 90 degrees, man. Dill says you guys are way behind. I know I am. It's because originally I wasn't going to stream tonight. Woke up feeling like absolute crap, man. I haven't for the last 2 or 3 days now. I haven't got good sleep, man. I've been getting 4 or 5 hours of sleep, so it's been pretty rough on my end. But woke up today not feeling well and said I was going to cancel the stream, but took a nice little nap, 2-hour nap. Woke up. Put some medicine in my system and said, you know what? Let's go live tonight, man. I'm glad I did. I am glad I did, for sure. But I'm way behind because when I set up the stream, the settings, I forgot to put the right settings in to have low latency so that you guys aren't seeing this 40 seconds later after I say something. The Pokemon says flag 15 yards. I wish there was a way to change it, but I don't. I think I would have to end the stream to change it. The truth is, says Najee does not run with power for his size. He's Mendenhall 2.0. That I think that's a pretty bad take. So here we go. 3rd and 3. Ben, quick pass to Chase Claypool for the 1st down. That was a little risky, but the Steelers pulled off. A bell with the Claypool and terrible towel emojis. Steeler 63 says Claypool delivers 7-11. Yes, sir. So now it's going to be 1st and goal for the Steelers. They have 3 opportunities here to get into the end zone. I think right here is where you need to get creative, man. Canada, you need to call a play that's a little out there, man. Something a little different here. Ben hands it off to Najee Harris, makes some great moves, but he's going to run into his own lineman. And then he's going to fight for more. And he's going to be down at the 1 yard line. So, hey, for those who are calling for the Steelers to punch it in, we're getting there. Bell says Najee with the legs. Yeah, man. I mean, I was calling it right there that he was going to be stuck, but he jumps over a guy and then powers his way up to the 1 yard line. Yeah, what a fight, man. That's what you want to see from your running back right there. Not just settling to fall down after running into a big pile of guys. Try to jump outside, and there's Banner on the sideline. Franco Harris in the building. Oh, we got some Watt action in the building. And Harris is not going to get very far, so 3rd and goal. Outside Steelers fan says we got this. Let's get some terrible towels in the chat. Let's give these boys some motivation here, man. Look at all those legends. Oh, man. All right, here we go. 3rd and goal. And Eric Ebron's going to get a handoff, and that is going to be another Steelers touchdown. And that is what I was calling for, man. We needed some sort of creativity from the offense, and we got it, man. Now, granted, it isn't something we haven't really seen before, but I don't think we've ever seen it from Ebron. Ebron goes into motion. And Ben does a hell of a job stuffing it right into Ebron's stomach there, man. And Ebron does a good job jumping over a guy to get into the end zone. Steelers Freak says Canada isn't dry. Still dictate with the touchdown emojis, man. The Hawk says, nice play call, man. The play calling so far in the second quarter, night and day compared to the first, I'll tell you that much. Outside Steelers fan says, here we go, Steelers, here we go. And of course, Steel Twin says, Ebron offense looking alive this quarter. So yeah, maybe we're not going to wait to the second half to start getting things rolling. You have to remind yourself, though, that this is against the Seahawks. This is a team that we should be doing what we're doing now. So if we continue this going into the second half, we get a win here. It's a great motivational, momentum building win to go into the bye week. And then you play one of your divisional rivals the following week. So yep, Nyron says creativity. That's what I was calling for, man. We needed some of that creativity there to get it in there. I'll say this, that call on second down, putting Watt there, I mean, that was kind of predictable because we don't utilize Watt enough, which is criminal. Steelers Freak says, I say keep feeding Harris now and give the offensive line exercise. I'd love to see that going into the second half. I mean, we're up 14-0 now. Yeah. Speaking of which, all right, so the scoreboard is working. 007 says no, sit back and relax. No, seriously, I think the second half the Steelers should continue trying to run the ball here. Maybe start breaking some big plays on the running game. Let's do a stat update, man. We got 1 minute left in the second quarter. We're heading into halftime soon. In one half, Ben he's 16 for 20, 116 yards and a touchdown. Najee Harris, 13 carries, 28 yards. So that is the That is the area that needs to change in the second half, man. 13 carries, but you only have 28 yards against this defense. That's got to change. And Pat Freiermuth is leading the team in receiving right now, believe it or not. 4 receptions, 37 yards. He's been targeted 4 times, so he's caught every single pass thrown his way. Ozzy says, points coming through just like Joe Biden's border. That's hilarious. The Hawk says, I disagree. Do you all not remember what this quarterback has done to us in the past? Do not let off the gas or relax. No, I'm not saying, we're not saying abandon the passing game completely, but I mean, you do want to run the ball in the second half and start draining that clock down. But yeah, Ben, I mean, so far statistically, he's looking solid. 16 for 20. I mean, he's only missed a few passes there, 116 yards and 1 touchdown. And most importantly, no turnovers. And another batted down pass by the Steelers defense. And I think that was Hayward, who, again, we gave him the nickname last week. We're calling him the Swatter. Actually, that was Wormley. So here we go, 2nd and 10 for the Seahawks. 1 minute and 1 second to go. Geno looking, has nobody. Hayward comes flying in. And Lockett tries to pull that one in, but it's going to be incomplete. 3rd and 10. Bleezy says swatter, man. I mean, seriously, this guy swats passes like crazy. Oh, Ben says both Baker and Hunt was injured. What is going on with the Browns this year? That's not good news for them. Third and 10. Highsmith's going to get a sack. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. We've gotten plenty of those from TJ Watt this season, but there's Highsmith. And that Steelers, I think the Steelers did call a timeout. So, I mean, if the Steelers are calling a timeout here, obviously they're going to try to sneak another score in before the half with 40-some seconds to go. Bell says Highsmith with the sack. Look at all these beautiful emojis in the chat, man. Still dictate. Steel Twins. We got some Highsmith action. OZ says this is Steelers football. It's actually 47 seconds here to go in the second quarter. And that's going to be another... That's not a bad punt. But the Steelers are going to have pretty good field position. With 36 seconds to go. From a defensive standpoint, Minkah Fitzpatrick's actually leading. He has 3 solo tackles. Of course, Hayward has a sack in this game. Alex Highsmith. So we have 2 sacks from a team standpoint. And we have 5 tackles for losses. Steelers offense back on the field. And yeah, it looks like we're definitely going to try to get one in. Ben throws it to Deontay Johnson, who gets a few yards before running out of bounds with 31 seconds to go. Now it's starting to look like we're going to try to get at least a field goal. That's the goal here. Second and 8. Ben drops back, looking downfield, dumps it out to Najee Harris, who unfortunately is not able to grab that. And third and 8 here. And Ben goes to Harris and says, "It's not your fault. It's all on me." Bleezy says, "Get to the 40, man. That is the goal here. 27 seconds to go, third and 8. We have one timeout remaining. Steelers drop back, looking. Ben's getting pressured. He's going to dump it to Deontay Johnson, who's doing too much dancing. And no gain there because we weren't able to get up the field here. 20 seconds. No idea what the Steelers are going to do here. Steelers Freak says Chris Collinsworth is an ass clown. I don't think you're going to find anybody in here that disagrees. And Percy Harvin gave the Steelers a chance to down that one at the 1 yard line, but we're talking about Halloween Kills. I hope you guys all check that out, especially if you're a Halloween fan. Very good movie. And that's as far as I'll go to avoid any kind of spoilers. Solid movie. I definitely suggest it. And the Seahawks going to sit on that one. And that is officially the first half, ladies and gentlemen. The Steelers winning 14-0. And first quarter looked like a dumpster fire. Second quarter, a whole different story. Offense had very good field position on that first touchdown drive. Second drive was all offense and looking very good. Defense definitely showed up. And with one half expired, we had one very solid quarter from both sides of the ball. And I couldn't be happier. Now we got to come out in the second half and we need to continue doing what we've been doing, but, you know, just change a few things here and there. Don't want to get complacent. That's always been a problem with us. And we need to play 4 quarters of football. UT local band says, let's get 31 this game, man. Steel Twin says, got the chance to get points before the half or go short. Yeah. I think the thinking was they were just trying to get into field goal range. But definitely not our strong suit for sure, man. Nyron says, would love to get 3 points there, but I'll take the lead. That's kind of how I'm feeling right now. The Hawk says, well, guys, I'm taking the game to the bedroom. Night, everybody. Hey, Hawk, thank you for tuning in tonight, man. And enjoy the rest of the game. And I'm going to go ahead and take my halftime break. As you guys know, I'll be back in roughly 10 minutes or so. So don't you guys go anywhere when I get back. We'll be getting into the second half. And hopefully the Steelers can continue to build on what they've done so far in the first. ladies and gentlemen, I am back from the break. Y'all. What did I miss? What did I miss during halftime here, man? 007 says smoke a bowl, man. I actually, believe it or not, I stopped smoking last year. Just Blaze doesn't blaze anymore, man. Might sound hard to believe, but it's true. Steelers 63 says Seahawks got ball to open the third quarter. Steelers defense must continue to dominate. Leedy says we're playing good so far, but knowing how we do, I'm not going to be satisfied until we win when the clock hits 0 in the fourth quarter. I do not blame you. Steelers freak, that's the way to go right there, man. For sure, man. That is the perfect football game plan right there. Lee says great halftime with the Steelers legends. Yeah, I was actually downstairs with the wife. She had the game on down there and kind of chilled down there for a little bit and was watching it. Hey, Drews, what's going on? He says, great halftime show. Speaking of halftime shows, we're going to be changing it up here in the next 2 weeks. Start adding some more engaging content for when I go on my halftime break. So, not sure where everybody lives here in chat, but me, I'm in Pennsylvania. The weather has been absolutely trash these last few weeks, man. Specifically last week. There was a few days where we were in the mid 80s, maybe even up to 90, I think, at one point. And then yesterday and today, it just dropped. And I woke up this morning feeling like absolute crap. So if I go on mute at some point throughout this second half, that's why. The medicine's starting to wear off on me. Got to get some of this action right here, man. Get some of that Alka. It's good stuff, man. Oh, man. Steelers Freak says playing that European Union house music. I will be switching up the music here in the next week or so. We got a new intro now. Bell says the weather is unpredictable, man. That's why some of us get sick. Yeah, I probably get maybe like 2 colds a year. And it's always in the spring and fall time is when I get sick. Steel Twin says Alka is a lifesaver, but Lordy, it's nasty. Yeah, it is. It's pretty bad. See, me right now, I'm just draining like crazy, man. All right, here we go. Second half is underway. Seahawks on offense, 1st and 10. 25-yard line for them, and they're going to hand it off. And Devin Bush grabs a hold of him there. Lee says top 20 minutes for the Steelers compared to 9 for the Seahawks. Let's keep it up. Drew says we're supposed to win this game. We about the third quarter of the year when the schedule gets tough. Do we have any faith in this team? Well, I'll say it again. Am I going to be happy with a win tonight? Of course, but it's one of those situations where it's like you have to win it. Like, come on. And as I say that, the Seahawks get a first down with a run here. But it's a must win tonight. And what it's going to do is give this team momentum going into a bye week where they continue to rest up and prepare for the Browns. And as you pointed out, we have a much tougher schedule ahead of us. So do I have faith in the team? It's really going to depend on those games. We start beating some very, I don't want to say playoff caliber teams, but playoff caliber teams, if we can beat those, and oh my God. The Steelers defense coming out flat here in the second half. Local band says, so what, did we forget about how to stop the run? Yeah, apparently so. These guys got to wake up, man. I mean, they're already past midfield now at this point. Another missed tackle. Steelers freaks. They do that to all of us, man. Steeler 63 says, what is this ridiculous D doing against the run? I guess they forgot how to tackle as well. Unreal, man. And of course, my browser froze again on me. Lee says, what the F? They're getting punked out there right now. You know, this happens a lot in the NFL. A team comes out or goes into the half winning the game, and then the second half begins, and defensively they just lose all control. Yeah, we need Tua back badly, Twins. 1st and 10 for the Seahawks. 24-yard line, and another good run for the Seahawks. So not looking good here defensively to start this one. UT local band says whoever has or was had a chance to intercept that ball, or whoever that was. I can't speak tonight. I apologize. Steelers Freak says they're in field goal range now. And that donut's probably going to change unless we get a turnover here. 2nd and 3. Another handoff. Because why not? The Steelers apparently forgot how to stop the run. Jesus, man. I can't go 1 week with this team where I can give them 100% credit for a solid win. There's always going to have to be some negativity pointed out, man. I'll tell you what, this better not continue. The Pokemon says, what the fuck were they doing in the locker room? Taking a nap? It's a good question. Because, I mean, the first half they did, oh my goodness, more. Why do we have flags on the field? We got a situation here with TJ Watt. It looked like he was throwing punches, but I think he was trying to punch the ball out. Steelers 63 says Hawks made halftime adjustments and are pounding the ball down the Steelers' throat. But that's the thing. They really sucked at that in the first. Let's see what this call is. They're going to call that on Watt. They're going to say personal foul. Watt's trying to make a play. He's trying to punch the football out. Now it's 1st and goal at the 5-yard line. They're going to hand it off, and that goes nowhere. And I'll tell you what, it may have looked ugly. It may have looked like TJ Watt was trying to kill somebody, but I actually like the intensity. And they're going to say that run there is a touchdown. So the Steelers defense gets absolutely manhandled on the opening drive of the second half. I mean, unfucking real. Lee says Watt was punching at the ball too aggressive. Man. All right, webcams is back. Somebody needs to block this asshole. Jesus Christ, man. Mad513 says he was punching the ball. Braza in the building, he says, Just Blaze, what's up, man? Congrats on the Penguins so far. They look great. What a win versus the Blackhawks on Saturday. Yeah, dude, that was... I don't even know what to think about Fleury after that one, but yeah, webcam, we don't care. No one watches webcams. This isn't 1999. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. No one is going to fall for that stupid shit unless they're, like, literally mentally challenged or something. So we're waiting for the extra point here. As they took an hour and a half to confirm a touchdown. Yeah, Justo says they ran the whole drive. It's absolutely crazy, man. So now it's 14-7. And we're going to have to hope and pray the Steelers' offense can come out and do something here. The Fiend says, I removed him. Thank you, bro. The Pokemon says, that's BS, man. Players always punch at the ball. Fuck the refs. Yeah, outside, I agree. We need a long drive, man. Nice, solid, long drive. A good mix of running the ball. Get, Freiermuth going again. Hell, get Claypool going. Nah, King, I guess you can't. You can't punch the ball now. I suppose that's a new role in the NFL. I think it's more so the way it looked versus what it was actually... or what Watt was actually doing. Steelers Freak says the defense isn't that good this year. I'll say it's not as good as it was last season, specifically during that 11-0 run, but still pretty damn solid, man. Rasa says Steelers need to get momentum back. Time for a touchdown. I got to figure out when I'm doing my next Penguin stream. I have no idea. I am so backed up with work right now. It's not even funny. Yep, that's what it was. He was... I think he hit the ball the second time. The first one kind of looked like he hit the player, but it's like, come on, man. And the Seahawks took some clock off, didn't they? 9 minutes and 55 seconds left in the third quarter. Adam says teams are running on the right side a lot and having some progress. All right, here we go. Ben Roethlisberger in the offense. Can they make something happen here in the third quarter? Very solid second quarter, so hopefully they keep building on that. And that's going to be a quick pass out to McLeod. And he's going to get a first down. I like seeing McLeod getting involved in the receiving game. We got a Seahawk down right now who seems to be holding his head. That's not good. And we're going to take an injury timeout here. We still got a Seahawk down. That's a little worrisome. This Troy Polamalu commercial. Oh my God. King says, JB, do you think we're going to have a winning season? I mean, right now I can't really call it. We haven't really gotten to the tougher portion of our schedule. So right now it's up in the air as far as the Steelers go. If you're referring to the Penguins, I think the Penguins are going to be, and this is my early thought, I think they're definitely playoff bound. Hey, Bays, what's going on? He says, we need Tuitt, man. And we need Tyson. More so Tuitt, though. I'm telling you, I think we get Tuitt back and he produces like he did last season, we'll be in good shape. Adam says, got to go deep on whoever is coming in to replace that guy. I'm not opposed to it. Bell says, Troy trolling Mahomes in that commercial. That was actually a really cool commercial. I like what they got going there. Local band says Ben was good because Antonio Brown did Ben and AB. Yeah, Ben didn't have Antonio Brown in his first two Super Bowls. No. It's kind of a stupid thing to say too, because both players need each other. And if Ben Roethlisberger wasn't good, he wouldn't have never been able to get the ball to Antonio Brown. So that's kind of stupid. 1st and 10 for the Steelers. Ben hands it off to Harris, who, holy crap, man, Harris is a fighter, dude. I think he just got 6 yards. Had 4 or 5 other defensive players around him and just continued to push the pile, man. That is what you want to see right there from Harris. And the scary thing, this is his rookie season. The Fiend says, Najee always fighting. You gotta love it. Ray McLeod on the field right now. Ben sends him in motion to the opposite end of the field. Ben, play action, and Chase Claypool didn't. Oh my God. Chase Claypool absolutely blew that one. That would have been a first down. And Claypool acknowledged Ben saying that it was all on him, so. That was on Claypool, man. Third and 4. Ben drops back. Safety blitz, I believe, and he's going to hit Deontay Johnson for a first down. That was looking real scary there for a second. So far, so good on the offense. I thought that was McLeod at first. Freiermuth was in the same area as well. Very good catch there by Deontay Johnson. And Ben knows, man, that was a close one. Steelers now past midfield. In fact, we are just on the 40-yard line now. Ben drops back, play action, looks, goes deep to Deontay Johnson, who's having a monster night thus far, and he does make the catch on the sideline for another Steelers first down. And Geno Smith looks absolutely confused on the sideline. Balaj was on that play there with the play action. So here we go. 1st and 10 as the Steelers are now at the 18-yard line. Ben hands it off. No, he's play action. He even fooled me there, and I think that's going to be a catch by Claypool. No, it's going to be incomplete. Steel Twin says, Johnson is having a game. Bell says Deontay with the catch. Man, look at that. That was beautiful stuff there by Deontay Johnson. Claypool's struggling a little bit here. Just a little bit. The Pokemon says to the middle of the field. We've actually seen more of that in this game than we have in the past. Ben tosses it out to Deontay Johnson. This is going to be one of the few times so far in this game where I'm going to tell you, I hate that call. And the defense read that completely. We got to stop doing that. Too predictable. Yeah, I think Claypool's going to get the penalty here. So Claypool's not having a good game so far, guys. Wow. So it's going to be 2nd down. They're going to replay the down here, but they're going to lose 10 yards. And, yeah, Claypool, man, he's got to step it up here, man. He's making some foolish mistakes. So 2nd and 20 now. As Bays says, stupid. There's no other way to put it. That was a very predictable play, man. They shouldn't have ran that. Don't like that play either, man. Ben dumps it off to Ebron for a few yards, but it is 2nd and 20, man. Wow, that is actually that is quite surprising. Ben has not been sacked tonight. He's been rushed 4 times. So that's going to give the offensive line fanboys some ammunition to continue to say the offensive line is gelling and doing better. I'm still not 100% sold on that, but It's pretty impressive that it's the third quarter, not one sack. And that's going to be caught for Freiermuth, who's going to be, unfortunately, short by a yard or two here. And Ben wants to go for it, but Tomlin and Ben not on the same page. I think Tomlin's going to live in his fears and go for the field goal. I'm actually, for once, I'm on Ben's side. I think we need to be a little bit more aggressive, and defense has been doing fairly okay outside of that first drive here in the third quarter. But Tomlin lives in his fears, and we're going to go for the field goal instead. Which you can argue and say, if we didn't go for the field goal, didn't get the first down, that could come back to haunt us. So now it's 17-7. Very solid drive by the offense. Didn't, end the way we wanted it to, but I'll take it. Steelers Freak says, Wizard of Oz, man. The Wizard of Oz. Pokemon says, should have went for it. Yeah, I really, especially with Ben being fired up like that, should have went for it. Makes me wonder, does Tomlin not trust the defense right now? .007 says Cam Hayward gets 60th career sack. Local band says defense needs to be ready for the run. Yeah, because that I don't understand how, if you have the running back get a few plays on you, it's one thing, but when it's consistently happening, you need to adjust. Pokemon says, where is your trust in the quarterback, Tomlin? So right now it's looking like we got about another hour of football left. Okay. Bay says, switch gears real quick. What do you guys think of Kenny Pickett, future Steeler? That's been a hot discussion, actually. Steel Twins will tell you absolutely. But the Pittsburgh Panthers have been surprising me all season. All season, man. I actually, last year I was telling the Twins in a private discussion, I said that I was going to consider doing live streams for the Panthers, but ended up not doing so because we switched this back to just being a Steelers channel. So I missed out on some exciting moments as far as content creation goes, but it's all good. Because the Panthers have been absolutely amazing this season, and Kenny Pickett, man. And of course, the Steelers once again forget how to tackle. So, holy shit, what a God. Why does this team continue to prove me right on a week in and week out basis? I say it every goddamn time. When the offense is doing good, the defense does bad and vice versa. And here we are. I mean, that was special teams, but still. And of course, they're going to run the ball here again. Highsmith and Loudermilk in on the play there. Oh, Jesus Christ. Hold on. I'm going to go ban this fucking... And the Seahawks are going to get a first down here because this Steelers defense has, I don't even know what to think. So 1st and 10 there. The Seahawks already at midfield here. And Bush, I think that was Bush, came flying down, completely missed the ball carrier. Don't know what the fuck he was doing there. Yes, it was Bush. Now I gotta reset my goddamn chat. Bell says we can win. Come on, defense. 2nd and 7. Seahawks. Play action. They got a wide open man downfield and they missed tackles. Oh my fucking God. And the Seahawks now down at the 3-yard line. Because not only can this defense not cover here all of a sudden, but they can't make tackles. I mean, what in the hell is going on right now? Wow. And Joe Schobert, man, like what in the hot trash can are you doing? Like, seriously. Wow. Wow, 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 man. So on 1st down, the Seahawks run the ball and had 2 of our players miss tackles. Oh, Collinsworth, would you please shut the hell up? Ben's got to be loving that his defense fucking sucks cock. Like, come on, bro. And the Seahawks score a touchdown. So now, pending the extra point, the Steelers are only going to have a 3-point lead. And I've lost absolutely all faith in this defense right now. No idea, man. King, I have no clue, bro. The only thing that makes sense to me is it goes back to what I've been saying for weeks now. This team, when one side of the ball is doing good, the other end just absolutely sucks. I'm trying to reserve what I really want to say right now. I really am. But last night, I said that even if the Steelers pull a win out here, I would not be impressed unless it was a dominating win. And right now it is a 3-point game against a Seahawks team that's being led by Geno fucking Smith. The Fiend says he's about to kick his TV, man. Steelers wins, I'm with you, bro. I'm with you guys 100% right now. Wow. Brandon says, I told y'all yesterday on the live with the Twins, I feel like we're taking an L tonight, bro. I mean, that wouldn't surprise me, though. I tell you what, whatever adjustments we made at halftime, we need to revert and go back to what we were doing prior, because these adjustments that they think they made, they're not the right adjustments. Yeah, Bell, isn't that the truth? Of course we're going to struggle against a backup quarterback. That hasn't happened before. You know, just when we were starting to get a little excited, I mean, it was a 14-point game at one point. Steel Twin says we can't ever have a consistent, comfortable game. I can't remember the last time we had a comfortable game where by the third quarter we knew the game was in the books. I don't recall. It's like seeing a unicorn that farts out angel dust. Collinsworth, man. God, why would they have to? They give us this guy. Chris says, with this team, there's no such thing as a trap game. Ray McLeod with not much there, and there is a flag down. Candace says, are y'all surprised we always have a close game with a backup quarterback starting? No. What I am surprised about, though, is people just being overconfident in this team. That is what it's surprising to me. What's surprising to me is how many people in this world will take a turd and put bows on it and call it pretty. That's what surprises me. Makes me almost feel like a fucking alien at this point. 007 says Ben always allows them to hang around, just score every drive. This is Pete Carroll coaching. Steelers Freak says, I don't even listen to the post-game show anymore. First and 10 for the Steelers. Ben hands it off to Najee Harris, who does a stiff arm but doesn't get much because this improved offensive line does such a good job at opening holes against one of the worst defensive run units in the league. In fact, let's see what Harris is at now, because 15 carries, 33 yards. According to ESPN's website. 2nd and 11. In fact, he lost a yard on this last play. Ben drops back, looks downfield, dumps it off to Najee Harris for the 100th time for a gain of a couple yards. I mean, at this point, we might as well change our name to the Pittsburgh Harrises. Because that just seems to be the only person that the Steelers are getting going here. Of course, outside of Deontay Johnson. So far in the second half, not much from Pat Freiermuth either. In fact, I don't even think he's on the field right now. And Ben, another pass out to Claypool that is deflected, and it looked like Claypool once again wasn't running his route properly. Didn't come back to the ball like he should have. Steelers Freak says dink and dunk, man. Fourth and 7. And that was an absolute trash of a punt, man. And now the Seahawks are going to have great field position with the Steelers only having a 3-point lead. Brandon says, that's it, boys. We are fucked. You know it's bad when, and I just punched my mic into my own face. You know it's bad when, like if you go back to what I was saying last season, I always had optimism throughout the entire season. You're not getting much of that from me this year. I'm not sure if any of you guys tuned in last year to any of my live streams, but if you did, I'm pretty sure this year feels a little different for you. Steelers Freak says Claypool can't catch the 50-50 ball, and I can't talk tonight. It's starting to piss me off a little bit. The Pokemon says Ben wanted to go for it, remember? I still think that would have been the right call, though. So, I don't know how many in chat right now are the kind that have been overly confident in this team and still probably feel confident. I have one question for those that are. With what we're seeing tonight and what we've seen so far from the Steelers team, you know, through the good and majority of the bad, because it's been more bad than good. Do you honestly, with a straight face, think we're going to beat teams like the Ravens, like the Chiefs, I mean, they've had a few struggles here and there, but do you honestly feel like we're going to be able to beat teams like that going forward? I mean, I just... Steel Twin says the mood changed so fast. And once again, they're showing us pointless stats on the screen that we could care less about because they don't really tell the full story. But 1st and 10 for the Seahawks. Great field position for them. They're starting at the 39 or 41-yard line. I'm sorry. And they're going to hand the ball off because the Steelers forgot how to run or stop the run. And that's going to be a first down for the Seahawks. And just for shits and giggles, let's get a look at what this Steelers defense has given up. Alex Collins, man, he has 95 yards on the ground and a touchdown. Yeah, the webcam is back in the chat. It's been disrupting us all night. I'm sure some fuckface probably hired this asshole to come disrupt their chat. That or YouTube is just doing a shitty job at protecting us from spammers because, let's be honest, porn on this fucking website has been terrible for years now. 2nd and 7 for the Seahawks as they are now past midfield. Play action. And Geno makes a pretty terrible throw. He had his guy wide open up on the right side of the field there. Bell says, of course we fucked it up. 3rd and 7. 6 seconds left in the third quarter. Heinz Field is loud as hell right now, and we're going to get another run play, and that's going to go for a ton of yards. Wow. Local band says they literally ran the ball on 3rd and fucking 8. Some Madden shit right there. And even in Madden, I wouldn't make that call. 3rd and 8 and you run the ball and get a first down and more. You know how bad you have to be as a defensive unit to not be able to stop the run on 3rd and 8? Wow, man. Wow. I mean, at this point, as we're heading into the 4th quarter now, it's looking like the Steelers are seriously about to fuck this up. Steel Twin says the Steelers are going to shorten all of our lives. Careful, man. You can't be negative, man. You're not a real fan if you're negative, man. You're not allowed to be upset. Oh, boy. Dom says, I hate how we are doing good, then we just collapse. Hey, Trey, what's going on, bro? He says, this team, dude, I know, man. It's absolutely depressing. It's absolutely depressing. Well, just a heads up. It is 10:46. We got probably another 40 minutes or so. And I'll probably end up doing my post game tomorrow morning and have it ready for you guys in the afternoon. Depending on how this game ends, man, I don't think it's going to go too well, but I don't understand this. Local band says defense fell apart after one run. That's all it takes. I'd like to see how this defense is reacting to this on the sideline right now. Steelers Freak says, I thought this was supposed to be the get well game. Another Tomlin bust. Steel Twin says, yeah, just like when I order a chicken sandwich from Burger King and it comes out dry as fuck. I'm gonna settle for garbage. Fuck out of here. Chris says Joe Schubert has not had a good year. No, not at all. Oh my God, Watt got hit right in the face. And wow, once again, now granted, the Seahawks ran out of space here, but we cannot tackle. So all of a sudden, this team is unable to make any sort of tackle in this game. I mean, outside Steelers fan says, well, this comes down to the offense as I predicted. And I tell you what, I'm not going to hold my breath with that one. 3rd and 3 here. This is going to be a big stand, but play action. And Smith is going to be sacked. Yeah, well done, Collinsworth, because now they're just going to kick the field goal and tie the fucking game. You know, I remember when I used to get excited about these kind of sacks. So that's now, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's 2 sacks for Highsmith. 40 yards here on the attempt. And it's going to be good. So it is officially a tie game as Seattle came out in the second half and punched the Pittsburgh Steelers defense right in the face. So there goes the lead. The Pokemon says maybe that's what we needed. What we needed to do was come in this game and handle business and not allow a team that's crippled with injuries to put us in the fourth quarter tie game right now. Like, oh, man. Local band says if Seattle would have ran, it would have been a touchdown. Blocksville says that was fast. And then Lee says Highsmith again. Yeah, so I do believe Highsmith has 2 sacks in this game. With us being in the fourth quarter, let's give you a stat update. Ben is 24 for 32, 193 yards, 1 touchdown. Harris, 15 carries, 33 yards. Obviously not the greatest game from Najee Harris, but a lot of that has to do with the offensive line, which is going to get, if we win this game, is going to get tons of credit. Simply because Ben didn't get sacked in this game, but didn't do much as far as the, blocking on the run. So Deontay Johnson, 9 receptions. He had 11 targets and 71 yards, no touchdowns. I want to see Chase Claypool. He's at the bottom of the list right now. 1 reception, 5 targets. I mean, in comparison to his rookie year, he needs to get his head out of his ass. There's no nice way to put it, man. Still Dictate says, I'm sorry, JB, but I don't understand. Why is it doing that? Hold on, give me a second. He says, I'm sorry, JB, but I don't understand when has style points ever mattered in this game? Just a civil question contesting your point about coming in here and blowing them out. Well, first and foremost, here's why I say that. If we're struggling, it's not about points, and you're absolutely right. Points don't matter, wins do. But here's my issue, and here's my response. If the Steelers are going to struggle against the fucking Seahawks, we have a problem. Because this team is injured and we're coming in here at almost full strength. That's why I make that point. But second and more importantly, this team is worthy of criticism. And I'm not going to come in here and be overly optimistic 24/7. That's not the kind of channel I am, and that's not the kind of person I am. I'm going to look at this team in a realistic viewpoint. But no, it's not about points. It's not about the prettiest of all things. It's just me looking at the competition that's ahead and saying if the Seahawks are going to do this to us, then what's going to happen when we play much more challenging teams down the road? That is the point I'm trying to make. That was a very good run by Harris. Nice Toke says another 10-yard run. 1st and 10 here for the Steelers. And Balaj is going to get a first down. So the Steelers seem to be taking some plays out of the Seahawks playbook here, man. Drews says life is about seasons, and I must say our season of being the top dog is over. The Ravens are 5-1 and missing so many pieces to offense on defense. They play with heart, and our team doesn't. So they're going to try to say that Ben... That's a very rare sight, Ben pump faking and losing the ball. And this is not good. Pete's going to challenge this one for the Seahawks. And it actually kind of looks like Ben fumbled here. And if you want me to be completely honest, I mean, that was a pump fake. Ben's trying to argue that he made a pass here. But to me, that looks like a pump fake that he just let go of, unfortunately. Johnny, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Steel Twin says, that's a fumble. That's kind of what I'm thinking right now. We're waiting to see here, man. This is not going to be good if it... Sorry, guys, had to blow my nose here. Dictate says, I understand it is worthy of criticism. It's just in context of timing in the season. It's just too early to make a conclusion that this team is bad or good. I mean, we're not really early in the season, though, dude. That's the problem. That is the problem. And I really can't visualize this team getting any better than what it is now. But, I mean, I salute your optimism. But, again, I go back to what I said earlier. I'm not going to put a bow in a turd, man. And right now, at this moment, as of October 17th, 2021, Sunday Night Football against the Seahawks, this team is mediocre, if that. And that's just what it is. But... that is just my opinion. Chris says this call earlier in this season was called as an incomplete pass. Same exact situation. Understandable, but I'll say this. That was 100% a pump fake and Ben lost it. So it should be a fumble. I am a Steelers fan, but I'm not a dumbass. That was 100% a pump fake. Ben was bringing it back to his body. OZ says, bro, I go and take a shit and shower at halftime after predicting a 33-17 Steelers victory. What the fuck happened? Well, we took our mask off. JB's the next David Blaine. I just try to be like, I don't know, what's the word? Not appropriate, but I try to be respectful. I don't want you guys watching me blow boogers all over my hands. I'm actually doing pretty well tonight. Steel Twin says, why does this always happen? I don't have an answer to it. I've tried dissecting like what the problem is, but we've seen so many changes with this team. I just can't really pinpoint what it is at this point anymore. I just can't. The Steelers happened. Still waiting for the refs to make a decision here. Oh man, you're not wrong. I can hear it too, bro. Yeah, he ate his Snickers and probably two, bro. He probably had two of them. They did something right at halftime, that's for sure. And looking at Pete celebrating, I think they're going to say it's a fumble and Geno's coming out on the field. And I know some people might get upset about this, but that was the right call. Because if that happened to us, if it was the other way around, I would have been pissed off if the Steelers got screwed out of that situation. That was 100% a fumble. It was a pump fake. OZ says, did Marshawn Lynch come back at half and pass out Skittles? He must have. Because the Seattle Seahawks run game right now is dominating the hell out of us. In fact, I think they're over 100 yards altogether on the ground. Steel Twin says Bobbletron has been activated. Desperate times, right? Well, Bobbletron needs to be activated because Claypool is missing in action right now. I think he has one reception in this game. Seattle Seahawks, what do you think they do? They run the ball and they get a first down and a lot more. This is, at this point, it's just pathetic. I'm going to refresh ESPN here. I want to see something. So, rushing for Seattle right now, they have 133 total yards. And that's going to be a holding call on the Seattle Seahawks. So that run's coming back. Yeah, that was holding for sure. I think he had the outside. Yep. So 1st and 20 for the Seattle Seahawks. They are past midfield here, and they're going to hand it off again. Why not? And just like that, they got a big chunk of yards. What the hell did they do at halftime? Did they take steroids or some shit? Like, what is this Seattle Seahawks team, man? 2nd and 10 now after that run. Play action, and that gets batted down by TJ Watt. So 3rd and 10 here for Seattle. .007 says it's tied, yo. Anything can happen. I don't know why you guys keep bringing that shit up in chat, man. I'm very aware that anything can happen. I'm giving you commentary on what's happening currently, though. Yes, the Steelers could still win this game. I don't know if that's what you want me to say, but this team looks like trash, bro. And the Steelers defense is going to stop that one. And I don't know. Are they in field goal range? Especially after that. What the hell is Ben doing over there on the sideline? Looks like he's doing some yoga. CJ says whole defense should be let go. Yeah, I think after that last defensive stop, that's going to knock him out of field goal range. Seattle's going to go ahead and punt this one with 9 minutes and 50 seconds to go. And it's going to be a touchback. So the Steelers avoid losing the tied game right now. Dictate says, nice Norwood. Norwood's been having a fairly decent game. He's definitely made some great plays so far for the defense. Still waiting for that Steel Twins predicted interception, though. That would be great. Or a pick six, actually. The 10-man is warming up. That's hilarious. First and 10 for the Steelers. Man in motion. I think that's Pat Freiermuth there. Yep, that's predicted run there. You got Pat Freiermuth. 2 yards for Harris. Steelers Freak says now make it a long drive and score a touchdown to put them away. Let's see what happens here. We got a long field ahead of us with 9 minutes and 13 seconds counting. 2nd and 8. Ben in shotgun. Drops back. Looks. Finds Claypool, who keeps his balance and fights for extra yardage. Gets the first down and more. So, Mabletron as the Steel Twins, or is it Bobbletron? I'm sorry. You can thank Steel Twins because Bobbletron has been activated. Dictate says Tua getting back at this point is a must. I'm going to go nuts when Tua comes back, bro. Ben hands it off to Harris. Nowhere to go. And Moore's down, our rookie. So Dan Moore's down. That's not good. Lord knows we can't afford to lose any more linemen. You guys better start praying in chat right now, man. Yeah, Dictate he has, especially in this game. He has not been good tonight. Yeah, I mean, look at that. He didn't get much push there. So out comes Haig to replace Moore. Joe Haig, man. I hope he's ready to go. And we have a gigantic "Here we go Steelers" chant from Heinz Field right now. Might want to save that energy for defense because they definitely needed a little bit more. Ben, 2nd and 9, drops back. Running out of the pocket. Makes an awkward throw, and I think Deontay Johnson almost had that one. But unable to make it with the diving catch. Or diving attempt, I should say. So 3rd and 9 for the Steelers now. Dictate says, if we were back to zone scheme, it would help this offensive line. I mean, Johnson was covered pretty heavy, but he did make a nice adjustment to try to get the ball there. Just bounced off of his hands, unfortunately. Very rare drop from Johnson. I just saw somebody said Johnson with a drop. He hasn't done that much this season. Ben had a wide open Claypool, but overthrew him. And Ben is pissed off. So 4 for 9. Man. And the Seahawks are going to have some pretty bad field position here. Dude, Lee, I have no clue, bro. I have no clue. Man, that medicine is really wearing off on me now. Seven minutes, 29 seconds to go. 1st and 10 for the Seahawks. Geno Smith, 14 for 22, man. Not a bad night for him either. And for the first time in the second half, we're going to get a nice stop here as the Seahawks tried to run the ball. And, of course, that was TJ Watt there. Joshua Dobbs, man, look at that over there helping Ben out. Jordan, what's going on, man? He says Claypool was wide open. Yeah, Ben just overthrew him. That's not the first time tonight he's done that. And the Seahawks try to run the ball again, and the Steelers stop that one as well. TJ Watt. 3rd and 12 here. Yeah, Loudermilk, as local band said, Loudermilk, good tackle. Steelers freaks calling for a sack, man. Let's see if they can get it done. 3rd and 12, 6 minutes and 15 seconds and counting. Clock is moving. Seattle, oh man, Watt was so close to getting him right there. And that's going to bring up 4th down, even though they got a few yards on that pass. Steelers defense does their job. And now it's going to put the game back into the Steelers' offensive hands. Steel Twins with the defense emojis in the chat. Wow, what a punt there by Seattle. McLeod's running towards the sideline, of course, gets tripped up. And he's going to be at the 25-yard line here. Now, the Steelers have a very good opportunity here. 5 minutes to go. We have our timeouts. Now's where you put a drive together to win the game. You don't want to score too quickly. You want to mix things up. Maybe start doing some different plays, man. We've been making some pretty bad calls here so far in the second half. Dictate says, I could tell these late games aren't your thing. They're definitely not. Ben hands it off to Harris, who fights for a few yards, but I don't agree with that call right there. It also doesn't help that I'm under the weather as well. I got a whole sore throat and everything right now, man. Feel like absolute shit. 2nd and 6. Ben drops back, looking, finds Pat Fryermuth for a first down. And Heinz Field breaks out in a Muth chant. Thank God they're getting this guy going finally. Bell says, let's go offense and get the game-winning touchdown. McLeod in motion. Ben hands it off to Harris, who's going to get a very good run, almost for a first down. That's going to be 9 yards on the carry. And with that carry, Harris is closing in on 60 yards. He has 59 yards now, 20 carries in this game. A lot of carries tonight for the rookie running back. Lee says McLeod isn't much better than Switzer. Second and 1. Ben hands it off to Harris. Thank God. And that's going to be a first down. The Steelers are at midfield, and we are in the driver's seat now. Yeah, we have another Seahawk down here. They're going to call it injury timeout. 3 minutes and 6 seconds to go. So the Steelers are in the driver's seat. You're pretty much at midfield at this point. You only need to get a field goal to win this game. Steel Twin says we need to get a Muth emoji. I'd gladly add one. The way YouTube works though is we need more subscribers, more JBN memberships. Now I normally don't plug it, but I guess I'll plug it here since you brought it up. If you guys are subscribed to the channel already and would like to support it financially, you can definitely do so. There's a join button below the video. $4.99 a month. You get access to our private Discord, and you'll be able to call in on the Good Steelers morning shows that we normally do on Sundays. Today we did not do one, but you also get access to the emojis, man. By the way, now's a good time during the injury to promote steelyinzers.com if you guys want to grab some JBN merchandise, or if you're Steel Twins fans, they have some merchandise over there as well. So steelyinzers.com for some very cool merch. At this point, man, I don't know if we're going to be able to pull this off or not. I'm a little nervous about it. Steelers Freak says Wizard of Boz better be ready. He better damn well be ready. Because it might come down to his leg. Chris says take a shot here. .007 with the Here We Go Steelers chant in the chat. Local Bands says it looks like a neck injury on the field. That's not good. Never want to see something like that on the field, man. Never want to see anything like that. Abel says, let's go with the terrible towel emojis in the chat. Local Bands says Taylor Head got hit by his own guys. Happens a lot in this league. Happens a lot, man. The Fiend says, just a heart attack game, I swear. There's always a few of those every year. This is definitely one of them. Oh, man, they got the card out there on the field right now. Jesus. Yeah, Local Bands, I was just thinking about that, actually. Oh, man, very similar, too. You never want to see that on the field, man. That is... Both teams out on the field right now. This really does give me some bad vibes, man. Takes us back to when Shazier was injured, man. I remember that game too, man, vividly. And with a neck injury like that, it very crucial in regards to how you handle him. That's why it's taking so long for the game to get back in action. You have to be very delicate when it comes to those kind of injuries. So we're going to get another commercial break here. You know, losing Shazier the way we did and seeing how, you know, this injury, very similar situation as far as the way it looked on TV, man. It just, I really feel like that was one of those moments where you could feel that loss really impacted the team in multiple ways. Local Band says 300-pounder on your head while on another player. Yeah, that's not fun. It could be. It could very well be that Steelers freak. We'll have to wait and see, but it's never a good look, though. Apparently, fans at Heinz are doing the wave. Well, not every Steelers fan is a good person. That goes for any team, though. It's kind of it's pretty shitty for the fans to be doing that if that is the case. especially when we were in a similar situation years back. Chris says Shazier's injury was the biggest in sports over the last 20 years, man. Again, going back to that night, it was just so bizarre. It's not something you see every day. So they are going to be putting him on the cart now. And obviously he's going to be off to the hospital to be evaluated even more. And I apologize for the silence, but it's just, I don't know, it's difficult. Sebastian says horrible injury. Absolutely, man. You just don't want to see stuff like this. Unfortunately, it is a part of the game. It happens. Man, prayers out to him. Hopefully he's going to be okay. And Chris says defense has been trying to replace his production ever since, and it has been okay, but not great. And that's the thing about these kind of injuries, man. You don't expect to see them. And I agree with you 100%. Losing Shazier, that effect is still being felt today. For sure, but that's right, local bands. It shouldn't happen, but it does. And it just takes a freak accident. I mean, it's not just sports. Stuff like this happens in many different areas in life. But the game is back now. Najee Harris fights for a first down. 2 minutes and 44 seconds to go. Pixar says what happened. A player on the Seahawks was injured. It seemed to be a neck injury. It's pretty serious stuff, man. They had to stop the game. But the game is back now. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Steelers have a first down as we have now passed midfield. And Harris is cooking as he fights for even more yardage. King says, such a vibe switch, man. Absolutely, it's Aiden, too cool, man. Says, pray for Daryl Taylor, who was injured. So here's the good news. We are at the 2-minute warning. The Steelers are officially in field goal range. And I assume they're going to try to score a touchdown here. And the even more good news is Harris is cooking right now. Yeah, Brandon, that's kind of why my mood shifted a little bit. I got to be honest. Because I remember that night very vividly, man. And as a Steelers fan, it was kind of emotional. You never want to be reminded of situations like that, especially when it's not just about football. I mean, injuries like that affect people's lives, like actual lives outside of football. And just seeing like, I mean, I'm sure Shazier is taken care of now at this point in his life, but, you know. 007 says, come on, Najee, pound the ball. Well, we are on the verge. We're at a commercial break now at the 2-minute warning. We're on the verge of potentially being in position to win this game. And so far, after the injury break, Harris has been cooking on those few carries, so Steelers Freak says, at least I get my money's worth each game. So 2nd and 5 here for the Steelers offense. So actually not quite field goal range, not comfortable field goal range, 50 some yards would be if this is where it would end, but Ben, play action, looking, he's going to go deep, and he has Claypool wide open, but did he come down? I don't know. And you forget all that, they're going to say offensive pass interference. And just like that, Pittsburgh's going to be pushed out of field goal range. They're going to call, offensive pass interference on Claypool. And even then, I mean, I don't think he got his feet down on that catch. Wow. Yeah, Claypool, what the hell was that? Just undisciplined. First of all, you yanked the guy, and then you pushed him off. Second and 15 now, and the Steelers are going to have to make something happen. At least we get a down back. One minute, 53 seconds. Ben drops back, and he almost throws an interception. Jamal Adams almost picked that off. I don't know if that was Ben. I guess we'll see it here. Let's see what happens. Was that a bad throw by Ben, or did another receiver not? Yeah, that was Ben thinking Deontay Johnson was going to cross. That is now, I've lost count to how many times Deontay Johnson has done that this season. He gives up on his routes. Wow, 3rd and 15, just like that, man. Ben pump fakes, hits Najee Harris, who makes a great move. And Najee tries to do some college hurdling. 1 minute, 35 seconds to go. The question is, are the Steelers in field goal range? I'm not sure. We might have another injured Seahawk on the ground. Well, Boz is... I think Boswell's going to get a chance here. Let's see. This is going to be a rough field goal because they're talking about right now the wind in Heinz Field is pretty savage right now. So here we go, man. Local band says Wizard of Boz, 52-yard field goal attempt. He's going to go, and it's going to be good. And just like that, the Steelers are up 20-17. So Boz nails it. And if you've ever been to Heinz Field, you know how that wind is down there. Wow. Steel Twins with the all caps. Wizard of Boz. Now we just need a defense to step up because the Seahawks do have time on the clock here. And I'm going to give all the credit to Harris on that drive. Not only did he get us back into field goal range, but he played a massive role in that drive in general. Yeah, Chris, he says too much time to give even for Geno. I agree. And I do believe, they have 2 timeouts, so. Steel Blondie says, and as always, Steelers stressing us to the end. Defense needs to kick it in high gear. Especially now. I mean, the third quarter was just a train wreck. This has got to be all men on deck right here. And honestly, with 2 timeouts, will not be surprised if they try a run here and there. Steel Dictate says, let's go defense. So an update on Darrell, the Seahawks player that was injured. He is moving his body parts, so that is a good sign there. 1st and 10 for the Seahawks at the 25-yard line. Oh, man, I don't like this defense at all. What the fuck was that defense? You had 3 receivers on the right side of the field and only 1 man out there. Oh, my goodness. The Fiend says, my heart is pounding. And like I called it, man, they're going to hand the ball off here. That's going to be a 1st down. And I imagine they're going to try to either hurry this up here or call a timeout. It looks like they're just going to try to get back to the line. Clock is ticking. 1 minute and 10 seconds. Honestly, I would not be surprised if the Seahawks are just trying to get into field goal range to tie the game. And Smith underneath there as the Seahawks close in on midfield. So Seattle calls a timeout, 52 seconds on the clock. Steel Twins with the defense emoji. Steel Blondie with the defense emojis. I like the energy we got here in the chat. Oh, man, this is nerve-wracking. Steeler 63 says this could be headed to overtime. I don't know. We'll see here. And I think they're going to be a yard short of a 1st here, but nonetheless, 41 seconds and counting. I don't know what Geno and the Seahawks are doing. They're losing a lot of time right now. 30 seconds and counting. Clock is moving. And Metcalf, they're going to say he caught it. Steelers sideline disagrees, but that doesn't mean much. Oh, I don't know. I think he caught that. I think he caught that. "22 seconds. Geno dumps it off, short yardage here, and now I think the Seahawks. Yeah, he was juggling it, but he had it pinned against his leg, and he dragged both feet. That was a fumble there, and it went right back into his hands. Talk about lucky right there. I guess they're going to try to challenge. Did he make a football move, or is that going to be incomplete? That is, I honestly think that's incomplete. I think that is incomplete. Oh, man, they're going to say it was a catch. I guess the spin, the turnaround was considered a football move. Well, it is 18 seconds to go. They have no timeouts. Pittsburgh burns a timeout here. Chris says only the Steelers can make Geno serviceable. Oh, trust me, I'll be getting into that tomorrow, regardless of the outcome of this game. You can count on me to keep us all level-headed here, man. 2nd and 3. Geno looking, finds a wide open man on the sidelines, and he fumbled. Oh my goodness, but he's going to be down inbounds and the clock is going. Oh my God, I think he just gave away the game. No, the clock expired. Oh my. Why did he not go out of bounds? That was so stupid on his part. But the thing is, he was in bounds. 2, 1. I hate to say this, guys. I think the Seahawks are going to have a second on the clock. Wow. Bleezy says, you've got to be kidding me. Oh, man, I really wish Norwood would have been able to get that. Pierre, though, with the fumble on McCaff. Yeah, it looks like they're going to have a second left. God fucking damn it, this goddamn webcam shit. What the fuck is this shit? Wait, there what? I honestly have no clue what the hell's happened, chat. I don't know what's going on right now. Yeah, the bow, I agree. I don't see how they could even consider this an incomplete pass. It's so obvious. It's a fucking catch. It was a catch, a fumble, and then they scrambled back to the line and spiked the ball down with 1 second left. Am I missing something? Only the NFL can make something like this so shit just to push. What? What? 3 fucking seconds? No, motherfucker. It's not because we saw 000. We saw once. Fuck the fucking NFL, bro. That's how I feel right now. Unfucking real, man. And now, of course, the goon squad at NBC is going to try to explain shit to us. And of course, the Seahawks tied it, and we're going to fucking overtime. Bro, dictate. I can't believe it either, bro. I really can't. GT, man, I'm so sorry to hear that, bro. GT's like, come on, this game has to end. I got to be up in 4 hours. Well, now this is for me. I mean, we're pushing 12 o'clock in the morning. This is now day 3 of me not having enough sleep. And I got to be up early tomorrow as well, man. I don't know what to fucking say. I'm definitely doing recap tomorrow. You know, the bow tie, you're not wrong. This isn't the first time I've heard this. The Seattle has a history of getting generous calls. But it's just like that whole entire segment, like, it was just so weird. Everything about that play was weird. The fumble, the not running out of bounds to stop the clock. I mean, none of it made sense to me. Yeah, Steelers 63 says just a repeat of the Saints debacle. Blondie says, so the TV can clearly see the ball hike at 1 second, but the refs can't. I mean, these are people down on the field. It makes no sense. Yeah, get those TV commercials in. Local bands, man, you said it beautifully. It should not be coming down to this. It shouldn't be a referee situation. It shouldn't be down to this. Fucking defense has a lot of opportunities to close the game and 2 fumbles to recover. .007 says, can't cut out early JB. Man, I'm here to the end. We don't close streams down unless it's an emergency or something. We got 50 plus people here in the chat, man. I guess we could try to get some energy going here. We're going overtime. Steelers 63 says, will Steelers put this out before midnight, or will they squander this 14-0 lead to Geno Smith led Seahawks? Well, I can tell you this. Here's a spoiler for tomorrow's recap, to give those who don't want to hear criticism. You might not want to tune in to tomorrow's recap, because boy, oh boy, I am not going to go easy on this team. I am not going to go easy on this team tomorrow. Let me tell you. And I wish I could do the recap tonight, but my energy is spent, and I think it's obvious to everyone in the chat right now. Not only am I not a night person, but I'm telling you, I feel like shit. I need to get more medicine in me ASAP. 10 minutes on the clock, overtime, and Seattle's going to get the ball. Blondie says this is going to show if the Steelers really want this win, because that shouldn't out the biggest fire under their asses. Shouldn't put. Yeah, there we go. The Pokemon says it shouldn't come down to the refs, but shouldn't be allowed to call some BS like that. No, I agree. I agree with both of you, actually. I really do. Because it's true. And no surprise here, the Seahawks hand it off, but Watt's going to meet him at the line and push his ass back. And Watt's calling for the crowd to get hype. Tell you what, I don't know. Let's see what the stats are on Watt tonight, because he's been showing up. And as far as defense, Joe Hayden's at the top of the list now, but Watt, 2 tackles is the official stat line. I don't know how accurate that is from ESPN, because it could not be updated, but 2nd and 9, Geno drops back looking, fires to a wide open man at midfield. It was an interesting view there, seeing Ben and Haskins on the bench next to each other. Makes you wonder what the 2 quarterbacks discuss. Handoff there. That's going to be met at the line as well by Hayward. The bow tie says Steelers secondary is suspect. I've been saying that all season, especially in the middle of the field. That's because we don't do a good job at drafting defensive backs. Geno drops back, 2nd and 14, dumps it off. And the Seahawks are now past midfield. But it is 3rd down. This is going to be a big down right here. Here we go. 3rd and 4. Geno in shotgun formation. Drops back, and TJ Watt's going to sack him. And that's going to knock him out of field goal range. Let's go. And I have to calm down because... Oh, bro, you can't take your helmet off. That is clutch from TJ Watt. I have to calm down here because we're giving it to the offense. Getting all these TJ Watt love comments in the chat, man, up on the screen. Let's go. And here comes Ben in the offense. Indeed, Steelers 63, indeed. Just need a field goal, man. And they're going to hand it off to Harris. That goes nowhere. Dictate says he's going to have a heart attack. 2nd and 6. Ben drops back, looks, finds Pat Fryermuth, who gets a few yards. So here comes 3rd down already. The Steelers need they need to try to test the not only the middle of the field a little bit more here. They got to stretch it out. These 3-yard passes ain't going to do it. Five minutes, 25 seconds to go. Ben drops back looking, runs out of the pocket, hits McLeod, who gets absolutely stuffed. And that's going to bring up 4th down in this offense, which is... Oh, boy. So the Steelers are going to punt it here. I agree with you, local bands. DeBose says stretch to fill with Claypool, but the problem is they've been trying to get it to Claypool, but see, my issue with that play there is they threw it out to Ray McLeod, which wasn't necessarily a bad call, but Claypool just stood there. He didn't like try to get open, and that's been an issue. I'm going to be honest at this point. If we win this game, it's got to come from the defense with a big play. And it's going to be fumbled, and I just said it! And Bush is going to pick it up! I literally just fucking said it! If we are going to win this game, we were going to need a defensive turnover, and is literally right after I say that. Oh my God, and that should be the game, ladies and gentlemen. Don't ever question TJ Watt again. Anybody. Oh man, Watt, dude, he's so clutch. He is so fucking clutch. I cannot believe I just said that and it happened. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Steelers are going to hand it off here. They're going to just try to straighten this up for... I got scared for a second. I just saw Ben fall down. All right, Boswell, win us this game, bro. Steel Blondie says TJ Watt is the GOAT. I mean, what a fucking year for this guy. What a year for this guy so far, man. Smart call there to get the clock going. And Steelers Freak says, here comes the Boz, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on to your butts. I cannot believe Watt was in full pursuit there on the edge and had the athleticism and the awareness to realize that Geno was going to scramble there and punch the shit out of that ball and got us the ball back. And there it is. We win a game that, honestly, man, wow. Boz right down the middle. Steelers win in overtime, and we're going to the bye week 3-3 now. Final score 23-20. Oh my God. Blondie says Wizard of Boz for the win. What a fucking game. I mean, I said it before the game. I know a win is a win, but we'll talk more in depth about it tomorrow. I'm not going to allow the excitement of an overtime win change my criticisms, but man, I cannot believe I called for a goddamn turnover and it happened. You just can't predict that shit. Ladies and gentlemen, it is officially Monday. And it took the Steelers to play a game Sunday to Monday to win and push this team to 3-3. Let's look through chat though, man. Mad513 says game. The Fiend says ball game. Aiden says we are the champions. Chris says a win is a win, which is what I was just mentioning. And Dictate says yes, 3-3. Bleezy says let's effing go. We're just going to go down the list here, man. I'm going to give all you guys some love here. How many people we got in here right now, man? 53 people. It's been pretty much 50 plus all day. And as always, of course, I appreciate every single person that has tuned in, especially this long one tonight. Steel Twin says, wasn't pretty, but fuck it, laugh out loud, dub. Steel Dictate says, going into the bye, this was much needed. Yeah, man, momentum. This is a momentum building win. And now after the bye week, it's going to be the true test for this team. And we'll be able to really dictate, no pun intended, whether or not this team is playoff bound or not. So I guess I'll agree with Dictate there, even though I still disagreed that it's not early in the season. But Blondie says, ugly, but a win. Steelers need to wake up. No reason it should have had to go into overtime. Exactly. And I think I'll really get into that during my post game tomorrow. Man. Austin, what's going on? He puts the terrible towel emojis with the defense. And Pump says, I told you I'd be here and was here the whole time. And I appreciate every single person here in the chat, man. Dusk says, didn't watch what happened. The Steelers just won in overtime after TJ Watt came up with the craziest fumble, forced fumble, that is. And Boswell put it right through, man. Johnny says, let's go, baby. My boy Steelers 63, nowhere to go but up 3-3, man. Can't believe we're happy to be 3-3, but here we are. Toke says, this is why Watt is paid. Absolutely. Steelers 63 says, get well rested and chart their course in the right direction. I'm actually going to be doing the same. I'm going to get myself some sleep. And once again, I want to say I appreciate everybody that tuned in tonight. But that said, Steelers 3-3. We're going into the bye week, and we got the Cleveland Browns up next. And right now, Cleveland's not looking too good as far as injuries go. So, Steel Twin says, great stream, my guy. Hey, man, maybe next week or not next week, but the week after that, we'll do another collaboration stream for the Browns. We'll have to talk about that tomorrow, though. Fiend says, great stream, bro. I appreciate everybody. If you're new to the channel, make sure you hit the like on the video and subscribe as I do all Steelers content over here. Man, unreal, man. You guys take it easy. Enjoy. I would say enjoy the rest of your day, but the day's over. Yeah, TJ Watt just said he's exhausted, man. That's an understatement. All right, man. I will see you guys tomorrow for the recap. Until then, go Steelers. See you guys in the next one.